Jared.
What?
Jared.
I mean, I didn't do much with it there.
I don't believe you.
It's training with scary tonight. Yeah, it's really. Lance is gonna make me throw him a backpack, sound like a ski.
Oh, we've got 2 minutes. Oh my gosh.
Eagerly, sorry.
Luxurious. I know. No text messages.
Good morning, everyone. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, February 11th. It is 9:30 a.m. and present are all three commissioners, staff, and a number of public and staff on the Zoom. We will open our meeting with a moment of silence for gratitude, and for requesting the little white snowflakes that were drifting out of the sky a moment ago to come back. Everyone. We are lucky to be here. And we have an agenda before us. Is there anything beyond pulling item 7 and item 6? He is in dog, which I've been recommended to do because Maura has not had a chance to review that contract. Consent agenda.
Yeah, I have a question for staff about the agreement with Grand Mesa, Uncompahgre, and Gunnison National Forest Service for the Rec Ranger program. With that increase in funding, will you just remind me, was that due to the fact that that program was not in operation last summer and there's funding rolling over?
Before you answer, I realize that I neglected to open the floor to public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Well, are we reviewing the agenda or are we?
Oh, we're reviewing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stick with item number 4. Mike, you're on that call.
But if we want to discuss items on the consent, I would suggest we do that when we get to consent agenda, unless we're talking about moving it off of consent.
I'm jumping the gun.
Then we'll get to the public. Then we're gonna consent. So back to review. I would still like to pull item 6, D as in dog. Great, we got that done. Anything else?
No.
Excellent. We have reviewed the agenda. We are now on the public comment for items not on the agenda. And if you would care to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom, which is down under the heart-shaped reactions in the bottom middle. And if that doesn't happen, we will close public comment for items not on the agenda and move to the consent agenda where Galena has a question which she has posed and Mike's about to respond.
Would you please restate your question?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just hoping to get a update on the Rec Ranger program and that $20,000 increase in funding and just a little background surrounding that.
Okay.
Does that question make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So last year, due to federal hiring freezes, even though the funding had been in place for the Rec Ranger program, they were prohibited from hiring those rangers. So the funds were never expended from the county last year. So this is actually closer to the normal full cost of the program for us. And I think we had I'd have to get back to you on the $20,000 addition, but the total of the 31,020 is similar to what we had spent in the prior years.
Okay. Great.
And that does involve our town partners contributing as well to the program.
In addition to the money that's mentioned here.
Correct.
I believe it's an equal split.
Nice.
Yes.
That makes me feel better about the wage that those individuals are receiving as well. Okay. Well, thanks for that explanation. I just wasn't crystal clear on that. I know that those positions were not in place because of the federal orders last summer, but just wanted a little bit more like historical context there. So no further questions from me.
Would anyone care to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we need to say excluding item D or is that clear?
Item 6D.
Friendly amendment,
Accepted.
second with the friendly amendment.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are on to administrative matters, and our first item is a discussion and update with annual baskets. And I know that Peter Kenworthy is with us. Peter, please unmute. You'll get an invite here. And anybody else that should unmute for this portion, let us know and we'll get them talking too, please.
Thank you, Lance. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Thanks so much for giving Angel Baskets some time on your agenda today. I have a slideshow I'm hoping that I can present. So I don't know if I'm activated to screen share.
You should be ready. Give it a shot.
I'll do it. Everybody seeing that?
Yes, sir. 45 years.
Whew.
45 years indeed. So the purpose of our attendance today at the meeting is really just to give a kind of a brief overview and update on the state of Angel Baskets, because I think even as familiar as most of you may be with our organization after all these years, you may not know exactly the scope and scale of what we're up to these days. And then later in the presentation, which I hope to limit to about 5 minutes, we'll focus a little bit more specifically on the food pantry. I'll present the slides today. Dominique, who's our new board president, is also in attendance, and I'd like to ask her to help amplify anything that she feels is needed and also help me address any questions and concerns that you may have. I have Wolf Merber, our food pantry manager, noted as one of the presenters here, but sadly he called in this morning to let me know that he can't attend. So we miss him, and I don't know if you guys have had the chance yet to meet him, but if not, I encourage you to do so. He's a very wonderful human being and a huge help to the food pantry. So let me just move this out of the way so I can actually see my screen. So this is just an overview, a simple quick map of where we're going to go with the presentation today. when we started Angel Baskets, or when Angel Baskets was started back in 1981, it consisted of one program. It was a holiday program, and it was really limited to a small handful of families in need that received actual baskets of food and household goods from Angel Baskets. Today, that program has grown to serve over 200 families throughout San Miguel County and the west end of Montrose County, comprising over 600 individuals. And we've also expanded our programming, what we do, which we'll talk about in a moment. But our chief strengths are really our volunteers and our generous community support, which have been enormously helpful, obviously, in helping us to grow the way we have and be able to expand the programming as we have. This slide just gives you a sense of who's in places of responsibility today. This is our board. It's a great board. It's smart, it's engaged, it's committed. We have a lot of new and recent arrivals onto the board, which I think is a measure of the organization's vitality. I am the only paid staff member. I work on a half-time basis as the programs director. And Wolf Merber, as I mentioned before, is our food pantry manager, contracted by us as a contractor. Then we have a lot of volunteers, and we have some of them that have been with us for years and years and years, like Barb Gross, who used to manage the pantry and is still very actively involved, and Vicki Phelps. And some of our board members are actively involved as well in helping out at the food pantry, including Diane Kipfer, who's on the call, Domi, and Cindy Majid. So our primary areas of focus, our support areas, are food security, which we primarily carry out through the operation of the food pantry, but we also provide money to Bright Futures that distributes that money to preschool and after-school programs to help ensure that kids have healthy lunches and snacks. Our holiday giving program is annually a 2-week effort. Well, more than that, but the actual program itself takes shape during 2 weeks at the beginning of December. We have a school supply program that supports 5 local public schools in Nuclear, Natarita, Norwood, and Telluride. And then we have a program that we call Farm Aid, which helps folks that have trouble meeting the costs of prescription and related expenses. And we operate that with the help of the Sunshine Pharmacy, Uncompahgre Medical Center Pharmacy, and Medicine Ranch. So Norwood, in terms of the food pantry there, is a partner for us. We work very closely with them cooperatively, and we also provide them a monthly financial stipend of $2,000 a month to help with their costs and their overhead. I think most of you know that the food pantry is located in what I refer to as the Fruin Building in the back behind Second Chance. It's a great location in terms of having ease of access for everybody involved, including our recipients. And we are able to operate out of that space thanks to the very generous support of the county, for which we are extremely grateful. This is showing where we source our food from, and the Food Bank of the Rockies that's mentioned here is a new and really, really important partner for us, because in addition to providing us subsidized costs for food, they also provide some grants to us, and they lend us a lot of expertise and experience, which we can put to good use. So here's a list of some of the recent impacts that we've been experiencing I don't think any of these should probably come as a big surprise to any of you. And interestingly, each of these impacts individually can be significant. When you put them all together, it's a bit of a perfect storm.
Before you go on, Peter, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Federal funding cuts, how has that impacted Angel Baskets or the food pantry specifically? And or your clients? Like what actually has impacted you there because of the federal funding cuts?
So briefly, and I'll let Domi maybe speak to this later if that's okay with you, Anne.
Sure, sure.
But briefly, because of federal funding cuts, the squeeze is put on the regional food banks like Food Bank of the Rockies, so they don't have as much access to as low-cost food and food programs as they used to. So there's a pass-along effect there to us. And it's not, we haven't necessarily felt an enormous impact from federal funding cuts because of some carryover that, goes beyond the federal funding cuts that were in place already. But again, it's just one of the combined factors that's had an impact on us.
Thanks.
And if you don't mind, I'll just leave it briefly at that, and then if Domi can help out,
Later, that's fine. Yep.
is that
Thanks.
okay? All right. So what this has meant for us is that in the peak time of the sort of this perfect storm, if you will, we were seeing way more people at the food pantry. This was in December and January primarily, up to 3 times our typical traffic. So
Wow.
if we're normally seeing about 50 families each week during our distribution day, representing about 150 to 175 individuals within those families. It spiked up to 3 times, even more than 3 times on certain days, but on average, at least 2 to 3 times during latter part of December and throughout January. And it was a cross section of our community, but most particularly our labor base. So people who are working for daily wages, relying on tips, were experiencing the biggest impact, and we were seeing a lot of new faces, especially as I've noted here, a lot of Telsky employees. We often see Telsky employees in the shoulder seasons, people who have come early and the snow's not here, or they stay after the season a little bit. But this was far beyond the normal. And the good news is that the community support that we enjoy anyway also rose because I think people recognize what's going on in the world and were very responsive to our request for funding. There aren't any quick fix for this situation because we simply don't have the space at the pantry to accommodate a buildup in food or accommodate additional distribution. So we squeeze as much food as we feasibly can into the pantry, and we just work harder to move it on out. Some pictures of the food pantry. It's a really tight ship in there. We have a wonderful crew of really capable and committed volunteers, and things work. We typically pretty much every time have a translator or two available because a lot of our recipient population is Hispanic, Latina, Latinx, whatever the correct terminology is these days. And so there is a language barrier at times.
Peter, do you have a sense of what proportion of your clients are Latino?
Yeah, it's something in the sort of, I'd say 30% range. And again, Domi may be able to correct me. She's probably got more insight to that than I. But we track all the numbers really closely, and this is why I was hoping Wolf might be here because he's the one that's typically on top of all the data, the statistics. But I'm going to say 30%, and Domi can correct me later if I'm wrong. So this kind of brings us to the crux of really why we're here Our challenge going forward is that we have this wonderful space that has accommodated us for years, again, thanks to the generosity of the county. And we know that plans are afoot to completely redevelop that building, and that it's a town and county cooperation, but primarily the town that's driving the design and development of the building. And so we're worried, of course, about where we'll go if there is not space allocated in the new building. So really what we're asking for is also an invitation, because we would love to be engaged and active in the process as it moves forward here, to figure out both the design and development of the current building, but also potential future locations. We would like to be involved in the discussions and deliberations and planning as much as we can be and as makes sense. And also we want to offer to provide any assistance that we can as it relates to future food pantry location. And of course, we want to give really our most heartfelt thanks to the county, because it is thanks to your support in so many ways that we've been able to do what we do and become who we are. And special thanks to Carmen Warfield, who is really so generous with her time and help, and so responsive. And so we've decided that she needs to be our angel emeritus.
Aw, she's our angel emeritus too.
So if we have time, I know that probably went over, but I'd like to invite Domi just to address any of the questions that Anne raised, or amplify anything that I said, or correct anything I said probably more accurately.
Thank you. Yes. And when SNAP was being threatened, we had a lot of families asking for formula and diapers. And the food bank is a place where people can go ask for those things besides Bright Futures. I have to say, we work very collaboratively with all these organizations, Bright Futures, Tri-County, the library. We even have an after-school snack program at the library that we put together with the help of Angel Baskets and the food pantry. When families that Tri-County are in need of food, we coordinate food pickups at the food pantry, even after the regular working hours. So I have to say it's very important for us to have the food pantry being so well located in town. When we were talking about the percentage of the Hispanic population that uses the food pantry, I would say, and I've talked to Wolf before, and he has talked about 40 to 50%. I think part of that is because even though we have 30% of our population here in the county as Spanish speakers, we do open our doors to all working force. We don't care if they live in town or out of town. We do have a lot of workers that benefit from our food pantry and the Norwood Food Pantry, and we get that. We get it because working hours are hard. Sometimes more than one help a week will make a difference. So we want to be there for them. And yeah, if you have any other questions, just let me know.
Thank you, Domi. I wanted to try to answer Peter's question from a county perspective and steer me back on track if I misspeak here. But Peter and board members, I want to reassure you that while the county has had very preliminary discussions with the town about the potential remodel of the Fruin building, each of those conversations have included the mention of the necessity of maintaining a space for the food bank somewhere in the town of Telluride, not necessarily at the exact same address, but with the exact same attributes for access and for ease of location and loading, unloading, and et cetera. So we hear you. I don't know exactly where the town has been tasked with providing that new space
Mhm.
land, but I do know that we will not proceed without that assurance. So I hope that is clear, and I hope that that is enough to give you a good feeling that you're not forgotten, and that when the town does come to us with potential new locations, that would be the time to discuss those with you and try to choose the best option for all the reasons that you know that we want to hear.
Thanks, Lance. That does make me feel very good.
Excellent.
Yeah, I feel like we've had these very specific conversations with various members of your board. And Mike, you've been quite involved with this. My understanding was that the town had actually already suggested a couple of specific locations. Isn't that right, Mike? Or is that
Yeah, they're
more just
preferred one
conceptual?
in the latest conversation, which we're gonna revisit next week again with the town, was over near Shandoka.
Near Shandoka?
Yeah,
Okay.
all right.
And I mean, this just kind of came to me through Peter's presentation, but perhaps we could entertain even striking some sort of MOU with the town, so it's very clear and in writing that this is
Requirement?
an important requirement for
In-
moving
in
forward.
every single conversation, it has been made very clear and agreed by both the town and the county that that was a non-negotiable requirement of anything we would do. So there's no jeopardy that there suddenly is forgotten. I do think if we end up moving forward with the town on the phone, we'll be engaging in an IGA, and we could further codify that stipulation.
Great.
Thank
Um,
you so. Sorry, just a last comment. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you looking into all these little pieces, because those are the ones that at the end of the day make the life of our recipients easier, you know, like having access to public transportation, for us having the capacity to load and unload. I mean, we really, really appreciate you looking into that, and we'll be there when the time comes to collaborate.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right, I have a question regarding the cost of that potential future facility. Right now, does Angel Baskets pay utilities or rent or nothing, right? And have we said anything to the town about and do they understand that it would be similarly affordable to Angel Baskets? Like, has there been any commitment at that level?
There's not been a no, there has not been a commitment yet, but that is understood that it would need to be free or very low cost,
Okay,
not to inhibit their operations.
all right, so I think we should include that, something specific like that in the IGA too. We don't want to turn your budget upside down.
Commissioners, if you have more questions, now's a good time. Otherwise, there is a member of the public with his hand up, and I am prepared to hear from Mr. Tooley whenever we are done chatting.
Just one other very small short comment. It's also understood the location having some level of discretion, like where the location is currently at the Fruin building. It's on the side of the building. It's not right up front and on Main Street. And I just wanted you all to know that we understand the importance of that just for the clients of the food pantry. I just think it's worth stating. So the future location, if it does get moved, needs to be friendly to the client base as well that way.
Do you mean in terms of being a bit discreet?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. That's all.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Douglas Tooley, I see your hand up. Go ahead. We'll get you unmuted here.
Hi, Douglas Tooley. Good to see you on these regular Wednesdays. It's great to be able to do that again. It's been 11 and a half years now, I think. I'm a longtime client as a disabled individual, now retired. I'm a longtime client of the food bank and know these people very well. It's the nonprofit that I have the closest relationship with. and have been a strong supporter of them, including, I believe it was my suggestion that the Eco Action space in the rear of the building was given to the food bank, and Eco Action was moved to the front. So I'd like to strongly testify in support of the need not just for a new space, but an expanded space. And the need is strong enough that that should be done as quickly as possible, in advance of the construction deadline. As you know, if we get 6 months on it, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. That does bring up a question in my mind, which is, does anyone know the current square footage, and does anyone have a dream square footage? Because those numbers I think would be useful for us to convey to the town. Mike, can you
We
give
do
us
have
the
the
current?
square footage of that, and the town has that number as well,
Excellent.
but not a dream square footage, and I would just caution us against dreaming too big, because options are hard to find.
I'm willing to dream big and dare to fail.
There you go.
And Peter, do you have a number in mind that would be the dream square footage?
I don't, but
Okay.
I'm happy to get you that number.
That would be great. I think that that may, as Mike said, be impossible to reach, but it's certainly good to know. All right, gang. Unless there is more to discuss regarding Angel Baskets, I want to thank Peter and the entire board for presenting today and for all the good work that you do for our community. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it, and we could not function without you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, commissioners, we are on to item 7B. It is just at 10 o'clock, and we are going to discuss and outline the county's long-term capital plan with Mike Bordonia, Jared Biggs, and Ramon Long.
Good morning, commissioners. So the county has, when I started, we had a 10-year capital plan. When we looked at that, we realized that a lot of those were very aspirational projects that weren't necessarily being budgeted for. We since revised that, and we took a shorter view look at our capital planning, and as well as targeted reserves. And as we've come to also realize, the county has built up significant reserves. In reading the Pueblo Chieftain article this morning about their $10 million deficit, and the main quote that's echoed over and over is they wish that their commissioners had kept more significant reserves because of the drastic fluctuations in their revenue after COVID. So that cautionary tale aside, we wanted to come back to you before we engage with the town in the discussion about the Furman building. That was one of the impetus for this discussion, to look at what big projects we currently know are on the books for the future, as well as what our existing capital inventory looks like that will need to be replaced in time. Because I think often we get thinking about a new building or a vehicle or some big piece of infrastructure and forget the enormous amount of existing capital that we have. Our capital fund is funded by half of our county sales tax. Half of it roughly goes into the general fund. The other half goes to fund our capital fund. Likewise, just as a side note, when anything is purchased from the capital fund and then disposed of, the revenue from that sale goes back into that same fund. Today's presentation is largely a first edition of this. We know that we have a lot more data to put in, as well as seeking direction from the board of areas that you'd like us to focus, to come up with a more concise, consolidated future capital plan. I'd like to give huge kudos to Ramona and Paige, Jared, for the work on this. We've been meeting every week or so for past couple months on this, and so I'd like to turn it over to Ramona, or would you like to take a whack at it, Jared?
I would ask Ramona if she wants
Let's go to Ramona.
weigh in here first, and then I'm right off the cuff.
Is Ramona with us?
She is.
Okay, there.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm having trouble with my voice, so if I lose my voice or start coughing, I will have to mute, and Jared, you'll have to take over after that. So yes, what Mike was saying is there's a lot of data behind this, and this is an exercise that through my tenure we have done in different renditions, and we always got to that place about it was a snapshot in time that looked really good, but we never did continue the exercise. I think the demands and the desires that we're facing with the bigger projects ahead, it's time that this isn't just a conversation that is shelved. It's a work in progress. So that's the way I kind of look at this exercise, and I appreciate Mike and Jared bringing this back up and around, but with the caveat that there are a lot of moving pieces to it. When we started pulling data from our existing asset system and current budget and what have we done in the past, where are we moving forward, and just trying to bring all that together, this is the first flash of all of that data. And as we looked at it, it was very interesting to me. One thing I've noted is that a lot of our assets, not necessarily our buildings and facilities, but more of our mobile equipment, vehicles and stuff like that, are fully depreciated as it appears on our audit reports, which means that we've kept a lot of these assets for a long time. And I think as part of this exercise, not only trying to right size facilities and campuses, but we also need to bring into that what is right sizing our fleet for equipment and vehicles. And it's all part of this exercise, which that in itself makes this a very cumbersome and many moving parts of this project that are in process. So I don't want to lose sight of those other things. I mean, we get focused sometimes on a project of a building or a housing project or something like that. But for this exercise of capital planning, all of these pieces need to be discussed. And whether you move on or aggressively make decisions on one facet or the other, it's just important to note that it's all part of the big capital plan, because these are all big dollars that the county have spent in the past and are intending to spend moving forward. So that's just kind of what the high level that I wanted to mention, because as you go through this, just understanding that it's not just about project A or project B, it's about how are we doing this for the organization and all of the pieces and all of the players, right? We have Sheriff's Office, we have Road and Bridge, we have Parks and Open Space. So there's a lot of big players into this exercise as well, and getting really meaningful data from all of those players, and not just wish lists, but meaningful data so we can do proper planning. And so when we come to you for recommendation or with our recommendations and the tough decisions that you make, and when it comes to spending dollars, that you've been giving the most thorough and comprehensive information that we can provide. And it's not just focusing on one building or project, it is the whole thing. So I welcome this opportunity to be a part of this process, but it will take some time, but we're doing our best. And this was just like, throw this data out there and let's take off running with it and get some more direction from you on how we can help you be educated and make these decisions moving forward. So that's where I'm going to stop, because I think I'm going to start coughing. But Jared and Mike, you can dig into the details, and I'm here to answer questions if needed.
Thank you, Ramona, and Jared's gonna share his screen in a moment. And I've asked him to try and focus on the big buckets instead of the granular data, because you can easily get lost from the incredible volume that Ramona has page of putting in.
Well, and I just wanted to start with, kind of philosophy of what we were trying to pull together, and so very quickly we came to the recognition that we have a lot of data, and as soon as we had that data, we're like, how do we use it? How do we start to wrestle with it, and how do we begin moving around? So just to give you a little bit of a sense of things here. This is kind of a summary sheet that we have. And what this summary sheet is telling us is, and this is where Ramona and Paige did a bunch of great work already of pulling out what our asset values are today, right? So there's a couple ways to think about this. We're just trying to figure out, one, inventory, what do we have today?
Mhm.
And then we can use that to start to give us some ballparks, right? So just for a quick walkthrough here, we have $17.8 million of buildings. We have,
And if I, sorry, that's the depreciated value
Right.
of those assets. So when we think about replacement costs, we know that, you know, when we built Clarkson in the 90s or other buildings that we own, our cost to reconstruct when it comes time is going to be significant.
right, and so these are depreciated values, so you can imagine we have different depreciation schedules for different pieces of equipment. And so there are some items that we own that we continue to use that are fully depreciated, right? So again, these are numbers that are really good estimations of the value of things that we have. So again, that's like $17.8 million of buildings. We are working on a building maintenance value of like, how much does it cost us to maintain those things? But a rough out is 2.5%. That's kind of an industry standard. So that would be almost, $445,000 a year that we're spending. Now, I know just in my couple of years here that we aren't spending that on
Yeah.
all of our buildings, right? So there are questions of, do we want to right size our maintenance program? And we're working on some of those things. So these are kind of where we struggle. We kind of sat down, we're like, well, there's a lot of moving parts,
Mhm.
right? And so that's where we're still wrestling with the program, but I wanted to walk through here. We have $141,000 of construction in progress. Those are capital projects that we started and that are kind of moving along right now.
What are those? Or some of them?
Ramona, can you speak to what we have CIP or construction in progress? We could get clarity on that, so we'll get to that.
Yeah, those are just some, I think some residual projects from 24 that we're finishing up in 25. I anticipate that, I can't specifically state, but those will probably clear off the books in 25. That is a much lower number that we've carried from year to year. So I think that could be small projects at the fairgrounds. It could be building projects that were in progress at the end of 2024. And this number is one that we snapshot in time for our auditors. We say on December 31st, is something finished so we can capitalize it, or is it in process? And this is a number that's reflective of that. This number changes every year when we go through our audit process. And in 2025, we didn't have a lot of projects going on. So I anticipate that this number will be much smaller at the end of 25 when we audit the books, because we didn't have projects in process. Now, when we were building the sheriff's office, for example, and doing the renovations, that number was much, much bigger because those were crossing fiscal years. And that was just a number that we have to report in our audit that is on our asset tracking system right now.
And we'll talk about it in a minute, but just another really good example of what that construction in progress number would be. If we proceed as we hope to with the construction of the workforce housing in Ilion for the sheriff's office this year, that overall project, we're expecting somewhere on the order of $2.5 million. And we know, well, I'm hoping to get 2 million of that done this year. But that other $500,000 will be a construction in progress number next year, right? So that's kind of conceptually how that number works. It's particularly when those projects bridge years, when we have conversations during the budget season and we're like, oh, that project is a holdover from last year. This is kind of a number where you might expect to see that value move from year to year in the actual audit product, and it's something that Ramona is tracking. So, again, in grand scheme of things, it's not a
I
big
see.
bucket, and you see, I haven't done a 2.5% calculation, because again, that's brand new construction that's happening today, we aren't maintaining that. Our land value is a little over $11 million. Vehicles, we have, and again, this is a really good indicator of depreciated value, right? We have a lot of vehicles and they're worth well over $261,000, right? But that depreciated value, vehicles depreciate quickly, right? We buy it, the value when we roll it off the lot goes down, as we all know. So it's like a 5-year value before it gets fully depreciated.
And that doesn't include our lease vehicles, correct? The portion, because we had some leases where we had some capital where we were gaining equity. But these are not included in those, I don't believe.
That is correct. These leased vehicles are not, capitalization of leased vehicles is not included here.
Right.
And that is, our largest home for vehicles is with sheriff's office, and that used to be an enormous number we were carrying.
Yeah. So this vehicle number is a little bit of it's not a great gauge. And this is some of the stuff we continue to sift through and be like, well, that's not a reliable number, because it doesn't include some other pieces.
Does land get depreciated? Is that also,
No,
Land does not depreciate.
okay, so is that the current assessed value per the assessor, or how do we get that $11 million?
That would be based on cost at the time. We pick it up on the books at the cost when we acquired it. This does not have a assessment factor built into it.
Okay, thanks.
It's purchase price.
Where,
And- go
oh,
ahead.
quickly, where do all those leased vehicles and like the sheriff's fleet fall in this budget planning?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ramona, but I believe we simply expense our lease costs
Mhm.
every year. And we kind of work with our partner, they carry any sort of asset value on their books. Is that accurate, Ramona?
So we track them just for insurability and assignment and things like that. So they are tracked under the vehicle umbrella. So if we were to dive into the vehicle list, they're included there, but they just have a $0 depreciable value because we are expensing that and we don't own that asset.
So what
Thanks.
ultimately with that program, what we're doing at the end of the useful life of a vehicle is our partner says, well, you want another vehicle, right? And we say, yeah, we do. And they say, well, we can buy down your lease cost of that new vehicle by the value that's attributable to the one that we're turning in, so to speak.
so how much equity did you gain in your lease vehicle? That is a expense that
So we gain equity on a lease?
with the.
I thought leasing was sort of like renting.
Yeah, it's minimal. It's whatever the residual value is buys down our next lease, right?
Again, though, when I think of, land, we may contribute to projects that we might do with other partner municipal or public-private partners. Vehicles is really, I don't want, it's a bit of a white herring. I don't want you to focus on that because if we're never going to be able to close up shop and sell off and say, okay,
yeah.
great, we can take this value or,
Okay.
I think we just wanted to make sure that you knew that essentially that's being budgeted and paid for out of the general fund with our other revenues, not capital funds because they are leases, but we do gain a very small amount of equity in those leases as we roll them over.
Yeah, so we're our kind of game plan with most of our vehicles that aren't specialty equipment is to continue the lease procedure instead of just buying out because it makes more sense for us at the current time. And that's where I want to go to the next item, which is other equipment. So this is all this is a big broad bucket and it's a really expensive bucket, obviously. So this is everything from specialty equipment that Ryan has to tasers to all kinds of things that we have in the county. And again, the kind of just trying to put a finger on how much should it cost us to maintain all this in an annual basis. that 2.5% threshold is $1.5 million a year, right? And again, we know for a large part, we aren't spending that, right? So this is where we got to, and we're like, man, we got to right size some of our assumptions. We need to dig into some more data, and that's why, you know, we're giving you a first blush, and we don't want you to dive in too deep on this because we're working on a lot more in terms of assumptions and pulling things together. And then this last line, this is the one we'll talk about kind of in a lot more kind of thought, and I'll flip over to another tab. And I may as well just do that now. So this is our capital project and planning. And we're trying to land all of our capital projects that we have onto this, so that way we can start to build it out. And you can see, just again, for structure, we have whatever the project is, and what kind of project it is. Our 2026 budget year, and then we'll be feeding actuals. And then what we're seeing is projections, and you see a lot of blank space here. And that's because, as Ramona mentioned, we have to involve a lot of our other departments in what are our ongoing costs. And we've started to kind of pull in ongoing costs as part of our capital budgeting exercise every year, but we've got to get a more realistic number. You know, sometimes when we get a capital request, people will say, I'm going to buy a car and I'll spend $1,000 a year in the maintenance. And we're like, is that true? Right? We're checking some of those assumptions before we feed them into here.
Can you go back to the other, so we can see A and B?
Sure.
Excellent, okay.
So just for sake of argument, these are the capital expenses that are approved in the current budget, right? So anything from maintenance at Glockson, Taser subscription, so you see that continue for at least 5 years. Jail interior painting, asphalt projects, dust control. So there are big items that we know we're going to build out a year-over-year plan for, but we just haven't gotten there quite yet. And we keep going. We've got, and these are all in the budget this year. So you see snowplow replacements, water trucks, the land heritage program, PEZ program, those kind of things, green grants, safety fences, so on and so forth. And so that is our current capital program that we're building out. And so you could see, absent, if we just look at what we have in capital, and this is before we start talking about housing projects. We had budgeted $5.8 million, $5.9 million in that for the current year.
If you recall too, I know. Commissioners, only one of you was here when we used to expense a lot of the road and bridge capital out of the road and bridge fund. And we were on a trajectory to bankrupt that fund. So one of the things that we changed about 6 years ago was to start expensing those eligible capital purchases out of the capital fund. That means that we'll have that ongoing conversation with Road and Bridge and the commissioners, as that fund, if that fund continues to be at a really healthy balance, to perhaps share some of those expenses as with the county directs other capital projects that you may wish. And at the end of the day, I think our goal is to show what our ongoing replacement capital costs are compared to our fund balance and our revenue trajectory, so that you have a picture of how much of additional capital funds that you could be thinking of projects for.
That's interesting. So road and bridge, because we just, allocated or had the voters approve that additional 1.9 mil specifically for road and bridge. We lifted the 5.25%, state mandated revenue cap. And in addition to that budget, we're also budgeting all or many of the road and bridge capital expenses out of the capital
The
fund.
majority,
And so does that show up in the road and bridge budget?
no.
Okay, that's interesting. So I
But
think that's
it-
important
our-
that
all
we
of
all
those metrics
understand, hang on one
just-
second.
yeah.
I think it's important that we all understand what we're really spending on road and bridge. That it's not just the road and bridge budget that we see in our budget, but it's also a lot of this, or some of this. I don't know how much we can sort it. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
I agree. And I mean, I know we did have some discussions around that that 1.9 mils surrounding potentially extracting some of the road and bridge allocated funds from the general fund. And I don't know, I'd be curious. And maybe right now, here and now is not time to get granular there, but yeah, I think it's important to have this big picture view on what that budget really looks like.
And I would just suggest, these are the kind of things that I would love direction on and the questions on these kind of things. That way we can answer, you know, hey, this is something you're interested in knowing, and we can kind of develop that. And see, you know, we could actually put a plan together of, hey, if we wanted to, you know, start a 5-year plan to push capital back into the road and bridge fund, right? We could theorize that, and those are the big ideas.
What do you mean by pushing capital back into the road and bridge fund?
Have it expensing it out of.
Yeah.
road
Out of
bridge
their own
versus the
capital fund.
But I would caution us, like right now, we're not gaining dramatically in the road bridge fund. We're sustaining all the measures that you were just referred to were to maintain our existing condition, not improve anything. Essentially, just to
Right.
try and keep up. I know Ryan's here, but I see Ramona had her hand up. What did you want to say, Ramona?
Just real quick for clarity on this sheet, Jared, if you will take line 28 through 34. Those are the only items. Those are the only items in the capital fund. Dust control, asphalt, all of that is currently in Ryan's budget. So that 847,000 is capital equipment in the capital fund. That is road and bridge directly related.
Okay, but there, further up, we saw asphalt and dust control.
No, those things are still.
Well, and again, this is where we're still working, because we have a little bit of a mixed picture.
Okay, that's fair.
These are not just the capital fund expenses, right? These are all capital projects. Some of them are in the road and bridge fund, some of them are in the capital fund, some of them are in the general fund, so to speak. So again, this is where I don't want you to take this and run with it and say, oh, you know, we're going any one direction too hard or too soft, right? It's just one of those things where this is our first blush.
Yeah.
We're trying to pull together that big picture, but those are good questions that we can say, like, you know, Ramona just did it. Oh, it's $847,000 this year in capital fund, right? It just goes the source of those resources.
What was that number? 800?
847,540.
And I guess for my brain to kind of wrap around this, like there is operations, and then there's like road and bridge infrastructure, right? And then, I mean, equipment is even in its own
Right.
bucket.
And
So
equipment's really the area that we shifted where we expensive.
yeah.
We didn't shift the other things.
And why would, this is very granular, but it just helping me understand the decision making in terms of what goes into this particular column. Dust control to me is like an annual maintenance expense.
Yes.
Why is that in the
Time.
capital? Why is that listed here as a capital expense? Line 12.
That,
I think for the exercise that I was doing, I was pulling the large ticket items out of the current budget. And yes, it is an ongoing thing, but that number could actually go up significantly with direction, or it could reduce by direction. But it's just a large ticket item when we're looking at these bigger numbers. It clearly is recurring, and it clearly is something that is housed in the road and bridge fund. So similar with asphalt, you know, that's a variable number year to year, but it is a large ticket item in the road and bridge fund.
Okay, thanks. That helps me understand the rationale.
Yeah, and I was just gonna kind of reiterate one of the ways we develop this is we hunted through the current year budget for anything, as Ramona said, is a big ticket item, right? A big ticket individual item, not aggregate, because we know salaries are like our biggest
Yeah.
ticket item,
Yeah.
right? But that's lots of bits and pieces. So we were looking at big project costs that we know can kind of move the needle in our budget significantly. So that's where you can see in this list, you know, we get down to something as small as $8,000, but for the most part, we're talking about things that are $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 or more, right? That tend to be things that could be elected, they could be decision points that we could choose, right? And so those are, you know, there are trade-offs with any of those decision points, but we just wanted to take that first snapshot and say,
Sure.
all right, here's the big things that we see. And what does that mean in an annual value, right? And so that's where we had, you know, $5 million of things, and that's, again, before we start talking about some of our housing projects, and that's where I would draw your attention to these lower lines where I've started to, and I admit, I started to put together
Sure, sure.
kind of a little bit of an idea on some of our housing projects. So just as an example, this Alien Valley, we talked about this last week. We talked about it being approximately 2 million, 2.5. So I just kind of put a number in here and said, all right, if we can get this thing running, which I'm super excited that we're moving ahead with ProSet on this, we're hoping to potentially get about $2 million of work done on this year. So that's where I put in. This year, we're going to spend $2 million, right? We'll true that up at the end of the year. But we know it's probably going to go into next year as well. We won't be fully done with construction. So I have $300,000 in next year. And this is an example of one where we're paying cash for a project, right? So then you can look at the Deep Creek Housing Project. We know that we have our agreement with CDOT. And we're expecting to spend $122,000 on that design process this year. So then I kind of sit and I'm like, well, are we gonna actually get through the process and start construction in 2027? I'm hesitating, and my answer is probably not, right? We'll still be hammering out agreements and working and trying to get there. So that's where you can see, I just said, all right, we're gonna spend another $200,000 on finalizing design in 27. Then we're gonna get to the big number. And that 5.4 is what I just kind of put in here as a down payment, right? I used our current construction costs on a little bit of an inflated basis for a 30,000 square foot construction. And that number ends up being about $27 million, right? And so what I did here is I said, $5.4 million is our down payment. And then this is what we would have in debt service in each year thereafter, right? And you see these are years grouped in 5. So this is 5 debt service payments, so on and so forth. So this is what I'm starting to build out to give us an idea. If we can build out this kind of pro forma here, we can see that each year these bottom dollar values will be significant numbers that will, and this is what I hope to give you in order for you to kind of look in that future lens and say, is that a smart investment? Are there things we should pull back on? Are those things we should push forward on, right? So just to give you a sense of getting that big picture snapshot to move ahead. And again, I wholeheartedly admit that there's a lot of work to do.
Sure.
But I wanted to see if there are questions inherent, if there's something here that you're like, this doesn't make sense to me, that we can kind of nip at the front end before we build out this model.
One question I might have if I were you will be, how are we considering the debt financing for all of our housing construction projects? And is there a point at which we say we have to engage in a public-private partnership or we can only do lease because we need to bond on the revenue that's coming in versus selling ownership units? And that's an enormous factor of whether or not, how much money we would have available each year. So I think we could take a snapshot in time of here's what we think we can get financing for at this rate. And so if we're gonna say Pathfinder is potentially a $60 million project or a $70 million project, or Deep Creek's, 25 million, how much could we finance and what would our debt service as well as our down payment be for each of these projects? And then I think that may help you prioritize, you know what, we want this, but we can't, I don't want to put us into a precarious financial position should we have, because we have all these existing other capital items to be replaced.
Mike, you're right. That's one of the questions that we should answer. The other one that I heard previously was couple numbers to create the total road and bridge annual expenditures. Other questions that we want to have our team?
One other thing is, remember when we were at CCI, I'm looking at the one person who was there this time, was the Gunnison project, which Ryan's following up on, to inventory and have the AI system to equate the necessary improvements to all county roads. So Gunnison has engaged in this last year. They presented about it at CCI, and it's a very affordable program. So I've asked Ryan to move full speed ahead on getting that equipment so that we can do that this summer. But to have an equated value to what our deferred maintenance is on roads in total. I know when we were debating about asking the voters for more, that was one of the factors that we felt we didn't have a good enough data point on. So this will hopefully get us to that point to inform us. We're gonna say their number was 38 million that they quantified, and that's they're going back to their voters to ask for that additional funding measure. I don't want to get too far ahead of us in what that result will be, but I think we can all acknowledge, given the extra funds that you put in the budget this past year and are again in this year for additional road improvements, that's going to be a very large number.
So, sorry, can you just, I was trying to get my head around what you're talking about. Ryan has already begun to undertake this project?
Gated it, and so the cost, we're talking about under $15,000.
Yeah,
For the program and equipment to get going on that. And it takes the subjectivity out of it. Ryan and his supervisors have been grading roads and saying, okay, here's
yeah,
what's the condition of this road. The Gunnison example was that it took out the subjectivity.
Yeah.
It had a standard, and then it also, as they drove it, said, you're missing this street sign, you're missing, this culvert, this amount of gravel. Or this many potholes, paved road. To give you an overall equated value. But
Cool, let's
it's
get that number.
just a footnote to say you're gonna have a huge number there, but we acknowledge that we're already there. But this will help us tell that story better to our voters. If
if we want to move that way.
It'll give, and it does, the interesting thing about this from Ryan Rodenbridge. The interesting thing is that this program, it reads both gravel and asphalt surface roads, and it'll give you a rating on both, which is good. It's not a perfect system, but it just gives us a good rating so that we can show how severe something's degraded, a section of road is degraded, and then we can make an assessment on what it's going to cost to improve that road back to 100% or close to 100% condition. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to give us a current rating of our roads. It also picks up signs that we can add to our inventory. Make sure the ones we have in our inventory are there, and add any that are missing. So it does more. It's a good system, and it's easy. So it's not a contract like in the past. You would have to contract with a company. They would come in and then they would do the same thing. They would take that equipment, but now the equipment's more available and it's more affordable, and it's something that you can implement yourself. You don't have to contract out. So it is going to be a good resource when we get that.
If I may, I think that one of the big values of kind of that it's effectively the inventory effort of kind of what we're trying to do with all of our capital, right? And what that inventory effort will do is it will identify that big number, and then we can break that big number into how many years will it take us to catch up, right? With our current road and bridge budget, it'll tell us a story that it's gonna take a few years, right? And we will have to have discussions and decisions at the board level of, is that the level of service we want and want to kind of provide for the dollar that we're getting, or is there another ask, right? And so it will allow us to do both things. It's not a mandatory, you have to go out and get more money, right? But it will tell us what that number, that big number is, and how we can slice it in a number of years.
It'll also help you in responding to your constituents. I know often you'll get emails saying, this is the worst road in the county, or, you know, it's in horrible condition. So you can have that more objective data point to say, you know what, you may be right, but here's some of the other roads that are more necessary for you.
So there's some projects that we have chatted about informally that I don't see on here that I wonder if we would consider adding. We have talked about, I imagine we'd have to contribute to some of the finishes of the Fruin building for our own office piece of that. I wonder if that should be in here. We've talked about the need to renovate the second and third floor of the Maramonte building. We've talked about having to rebuild the Glockson building. I think those are the kinds of things that I am, and obviously the housing projects, I'm focused or thinking more about those. And I think they should be in here so that we can try to understand, as you said, when we're gonna initiate those and how we're gonna fund them and all that kind of thing. I would like to ask you all if you feel that this 46 line list of projects, if really we need to include all of those, because like I'm looking at a vehicle for vegetation management, like some of these things I do view as ongoing expenses. And if they're not being paid out of capital, I need to understand why they belong here. Because to me, I'm thinking like, I just want to think about like 15 capital projects, you know, that we are in the works, you know, including roads and buildings and parks and things like that. And then consider what we actually have in capital funds, which is the other part of this, right? A projection of what we have currently, sorry, not a projection, an idea, documentation of what we currently have in each of our capital funds, and then where we see those moving going forward. So can we just discuss, you know, whether you guys feel it's important to have what I would have considered expenses in here as opposed to just the really big capital projects?
Some of that revolves around the fund balances and fund trajectories. So parks and open space with the reduction in mill levy and then the revenue cap, that is on a downward trajectory for their expenses are rising faster than their revenue. That's one of the reasons for vegetation management that's on there funding their vehicles out of capital, is trying to preserve a stable amount so that we don't have to start making big cuts.
But in a way that is, I don't want to, it's sort of like not hiding, but we're not being fully clear or in my mind anyway, about what it's really costing us to run the Parks and Open Space Department.
We
If
can
we're
easily show every department and what those total costs are. It's getting these pieces from there.
Yeah, do you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no, I totally agree. And to be able to get the big picture of how each department is functioning and if they are running at a deficit and where those expenses are kind of falling. And perhaps, I mean, I do see your logic here in a way but I think that those particular projects or expenses should be in their own subcategory, perhaps, so that at least they can be extracted, because these capital projects are really different from departmental expenses, and
Right.
it's hard to get a big picture with a lot of these line items in there, thinking about planning for the future.
Well, exactly. And just as an example, if we talk about parks and open space and you're saying that the reserve, if we weren't funding some of their annual expenses out of the capital fund, then their reserve would be declining. And yet we're talking about putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into Mill Creek Park. You know what I mean? So like we need to know what that budget, that fund, that department really looks like as we're making capital decisions and expense decisions, I think.
I think we all agree. Jared, say your hand up.
I was just gonna mention that this is the kind of feedback that I
Yeah.
want, because I think,
Yeah, sure.
we kind of threw some spaghetti at the wall to
Yeah.
see what sticks, right? And I think that we can easily kind of sift the way that we are building this in a way where because there is another summary page, and our intention is to have our beginning fund balance, right?
Mhm.
Our operating costs, our capital costs, and then our end fund balance, just to kind of make a simple concept of this. That way we can see that. So if this is too granular and we want to kind of roll those up into operating, I think that's something that we can do, right, pretty easily. And again, that's where I want to have the conversation of, what do you want to see, right? And it sounds like you want to see the bigger ticket items, right? The big, and I think it was Commissioner Brown, you mentioned, there's operations, infrastructure, equipment, and we can kind of work to sift those to where we think the right point is. And hopefully bring that back, and it'll make sense for your part.
Yeah, that I said that in regard to road and bridge.
Yeah.
But I feel that these in my mind are kind of twofold. Like we're thinking about big projects we're wanting to undertake here, and that is different from operational or even maintenance level expenses. But regardless of what department we're talking about, and also coming full circle to where we started this conversation with what kind of buffer do we want to keep for that rainy day fund? We do, the last thing we want to do is get in a position where we're needing reserves and we've spent them.
Yeah.
Right. So I also think we need to come up with a number. I don't know what that number will be, but what level, how much money do we want to leave in our reserves to make sure that we're being responsible and we can plan out 10 years, 12 years down the road, keeping that number in mind and keeping those amount of reserves in the coffers indefinitely.
Agreed. That's really important for us to make a decision on. This is a philosophical question about the way we structure the budget. In order to keep certain fund balances healthy, again, I'm repeating myself, we pay certain expenses as well as capital and expense to operating, maintenance, and capital expenses out of the capital fund, if it makes legal sense and all that kind of thing.
It has to fit the definition.
Totally, I understand that. I'm not suggesting that we're doing anything.
So not the operating.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
but maintenance, and I see some lease, all this stuff. So there's certain things that we are paying out of the capital fund in order to keep sort of other funds healthy. Where was I going with this? But that, I guess I'm circling back to something that occurred to me a little while ago. Therefore, by doing that, we don't really know, we don't have a snapshot of what each department's operations and maintenance and all that are really costing us. So my question is there a reason why we don't have all of the actual costs of a department in that department and then just show like a reserve transfer at the end of the year? Is that an option, or like why do we do it this way?
You can't transfer out of the capital fund to other funds.
Okay.
You have to bear the expense in the capital.
In the
fund
capital fund, okay.
But I think it is possible
To show the picture.
show the picture.
For sure.
by
Mhm.
Having re-inputs equal sign at the end.
Yeah.
So I've heard loud and clear that we'd like to have each department total expenditures as part of our thinking. I've also heard very clearly that we would like to get a recommendation on reserves for both capital fund and general fund as well. As well as departmental, so that we can discuss those and agree, are comfortable.
And then I think the third request would be to add line items for other anticipated projects. Just not that we're deciding by putting them in there that we're doing them, but just that we know that they are potentially on the horizon, because we need to be making trade-offs. Like, are we gonna buy a new snowplow, or are we gonna put in a new HVAC system, or,
Yeah,
build out our space in the Fruin building, right?
sure. So when we did the Ilium jail remodel and built the Norwood Sheriff's Annex, we used our capital funds for that and we depleted them incredibly. It was after that that we didn't have the next big capital project. And we had things like Road and Bridge that were gonna be bankrupt. It's actually supposed to be bankrupt during 2021 if we get going on there. So we started being more creative and saying, okay, well, if we don't have this identified use yet in capital plan, and that's kind of what brings us here today is now that we've built up some funding and we're engaging in these larger projects. I think now is the time for that prioritization. And without that, we were trying to find creative ways that were legal and justifiable to
Yeah.
keep those funds.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. I'm glad you did that, because we're in a good, as you started out this conversation by saying, our reserves are, for all departments, are pretty strong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like I could add something that's just kind of, that might help with just clarity. And it's just kind of some of the history, especially with Road and Bridge and the evolution on kind of how it's gone, and especially clarity with the new levy that, or with that new measure that we just passed with. And so as far back as staff that I worked with, which went back 40 years, they're, to the best of their knowledge, 1.4 was just a discretionary mill that was given to Road and Bridge. And that's what we operated with, along with the other, highway users, the other revenues that we had that was specific for our department. And we operated within that. It got to the point to where it wasn't sufficient for us to be able to continue to maintain what we had. And so in early 2000s, it was 2007, 2008, we went to the voters and asked for an additional 0.5 mills that was going to be committed to Road and Bridge. And so then combined, those were 1.9, but that 1.4 was still discretionary.
Yep.
And that was just to maintain what we were doing. And so, so even since then, when I started here in 2016, and Ramona can help correct me on some of this too, if I'm wrong, but the county from time to time, it wasn't consistent, but depending on the capital fund, they would say, they would say, we can, we'll pick up half of your vehicle costs this year, to kind of help stretch that into maintenance costs, to help us so we can commit more money into asphalt projects or just maintaining what we had. And then, and the prices continued to increase, and we would still take what we had, and but each year it kind of fluctuated. Some years it was nothing out of capital, some years it was 50% out of capital. And then when we sat down and Mike looked at it, he said, well, if we took and just did the vehicle purchases and kept those all in capital, and then that would help, and we could take that money that we were kind of setting aside, that, trying to keep it around, I think it was around $300,000 at that time, just to replace some of the oldest equipment that we were having the harder time running. And so then that's where we got to where those projects were coming out of capital. Everything else we were still running, out of now the 1.9 that's committed. So now that new one just committed that, and it gave us the ability to collect the full amount.
Yeah.
So it did increase the amount, but it's not, and I hear it, and we didn't get an increase other than the increase of what we can collect. I just wanted for clarity that it wasn't, an increase in our existing mills.
Oh, yes, we
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, or I know. Yeah.
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 And
We're just trying to lock that in.
yeah,
Yeah,
lock
what
it in.
we were
So
already doing. Yes, I do understand that.
exactly. And
Mhm.
so for capital, that's kind of where it's been. I know the challenging part, and Ramona and I've discussed this, is then when it was sold, so when we decommission a piece of equipment and then it's up for disposal, then that percentage has to go back into the fund that it came out of. So for tracking purposes, if we bought something in the 80s, whether it came out of Road and Bridge or whether, I know that it makes it easier if it's out of one fund or the other.
So I'm unclear what you're saying. If we bought something in the 80s and we bought it out of the Road and Bridge Fund, capital fund, it goes back in there, or is everything now going back?
No, it's
It goes, yeah.
what I explained earlier.
Yeah.
Wherever the expense was born is.
Okay.
And so some of those, so each year it was changing. So we had to go back and research when we dispose of it, what percentage of $500 has to go in where, if we sell.
Oh, my.
And I think just for that argument, those end up being relatively small asset value.
Yeah.
Right, the recoup on those asset sales, we're talking, that's probably below $1 million a year.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
And so I think that one of the, I heard the things that were asked for. We want to get that picture of balance levels. We want to talk about department level. And I think what we may be doing is pulling in our kind of previous fund projection exercise, right, as part of this process as well. That way we can have a little bit more, we can take that fund projection exercise, we can marry it to our capital cost discussion and continue to have that big picture. What does our trajectory look like in terms of operations, capital, and what are those trade-offs? Or how do we see those trade-offs?
And when I said I envisioned this as being like, 15 big capital projects, that is a total swag. And I think we should talk here about what we would include as capital projects. Like when, if Ryan is resurfacing a road, like we did on Silver Pick and Fall Creek last year, right? Is that a capital project? Or maintenance, exactly, or is it maintenance? And yet it's a big dollar amount. So this is where I see why you kind of have that, like, where does it really belong as an expense or a operating expense, maintenance expense, or capital expense? So that we need to probably fine tune. And I don't know if we have enough here to react to provide specific direction, but maybe you guys take another cut at this and pull out the smaller things. And then we can assess whether what's left and what you've added makes sense. Does that make sense?
I think that's a note that I already have.
Okay.
We would take another swipe after this conversation with it in context. And, really give you all those judgment calls, right? And I think of it as, we talk about capital definition. Right, when we go to the ivory tower of GFOA, and we talk about, well, what is capital? Every local government creates a definition of capital. I believe our definition, Ramona will correct me, probably when I'm wrong, of $5,000, right?
And it has to extend the useful life of the asset by more than 2 years.
Yeah. And so, and I've worked in organizations previously where that level was $50,000, or that level, I've talked
If you
with.
Google it, it says 75,000,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
And so those are the kind of things we'll work to kind of pull together along with those fund balance targets as well, and bring back to the table. So.
Not at the risk of repeating Jared, so you want to know what every department and office actual cost is of all items included together. We want to have an estimation for our housing and our major building facilities of what the debt service amount would likely be based off, or how much the total would be, and then what a debt service payment if you were to go, so you could look at that menu of debt service. Is that correct?
That would be good. Yeah. And again, I think it's not just buildings. It might be other big capital projects. I think that's, I would suggest that you guys
Yeah.
refine that.
Yeah.
And then I think what Galena said too is like, what are the levels of reserves we feel like we really need to maintain? And essentially in preparation for potential economic downturn, right?
Yep.
Um,
And it might be useful to look at what the funds have been on average coming in over the last 10 years, or, just to get and that I know that might be
I'm like.
grasping for,
Convincing because of that shell game, not shell game, but the ways that it's been budgeted for,
Right.
taken out of.
Right.
Like we can look at that 10-year snapshot and say, yep, that's a linear trajectory,
right.
but
It
I
is.
hear you.
Yeah, just a ballpark to kind of wrap our heads around. And I know times change and
Sure.
it is not linear, but
Yeah.
I do think it's an important factor to play in when planning moving forward, thinking about like what that baseline should be and being cognizant and careful of not dipping below that level.
100%
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, and that's
all in
something
agreement.
we've been doing.
Yeah.
So in there, I heard fund projections and then target fund balance discussion as well.
Correct.
Great.
Excellent. Did you two get what you needed? You three, including you?
I think I'm clear.
Great. We have another item up for 11 o'clock. We have a handout from the public, and unless we have other commissioner or staff questions or comments, I'm going to take this item from the public. And Mr. Tooley, we've got a minute or two to hear from
Then
you.
could we take a quick break?
And then we will take
Okay.
wrap this up. Go ahead, Mr. Tooley.
I think I can do it in a minute. So you're talking about capital planning in general, and just a quick reminder that all public infrastructure capital planning ties into Wall Street, and that's a very significant segment of the financial transactions that go through there, and to consider that and planning and all that, how that all fits together. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, let's take a recess. It's 11 o'clock on the nose. Let's return at 11:07.
Right.
All right, commissioners, we are back. Welcome back, commissioners. It is 11:07 and we are on to item 8A, which is an executive session. Would it make sense to switch item A and B in this and go into executive session right before lunch? Does that matter? Is that easier? I'm not married to either idea, but it's sometimes a bit of a shuffle to come in and out of exec session, and you could save the unshuffle for during lunch, so. Okay, let's go to 8B then. This is 8B, a discussion of the creation of a work group to study the uses of state trust lands. In connection with House Bill 25-1332 with Jared and Star. Good morning, friends. Who would like to go first?
Do you have the presentation or you want me to pull it up?
I can, if
Happy to do so.
go for it.
I've got. Anyway, this is a follow-up to a brief conversation last week. Where we were discussing. A survey that's been requested of the county. Regarding the state trust lands conservation and recreation work. So this, it comes from a bill that passed last year. House Bill 25-1332 that created this work group. To study how to integrate a few other things into kind of the state land board's rubric on how they manage their state lands. Please correct me wherever I misstate things. So Star and I worked collaboratively on this presentation to give you all a better sense of what this means, what we're being asked to do, and kind of what our game plan is to address it. So you could bless that. So we'll just go over really quickly. This is an outline of what we've got, and I'm just gonna rip right through here.
That's great.
So what are state trust lands? They are just all the properties the state owns and manages. It's managed by a board, the State Land Board, and this is old news to some of you. And their mandate is to generate reasonable and consistent income over time because the resources that they are generated off of the state trust land are put into school finance process, but in two different ways, both in the school finance formula and the money the state gives to local government or local school districts and through the best grading program. So they generate revenue from these state lands and that gets piled into schools. And so they are charged with managing the 2.8 million acres of surface rights, that's the upper image, and the 4 million acres of mineral rights state. So the work group, just for that purpose, I think you all may know, but just to be sure, the State Land Board issues leases for this land for agricultural purposes, mineral exploration, leasing, oil and gas, and other things. And again, their mandate is to get kind of reasonable revenue. So I think the state legislature last year recognized maybe a lack of focus by this board on recreational, conservation, and other kinds of activities that don't necessarily generate revenue in a traditional sense, right? For an oil and gas lease, for every barrel that comes out of the ground, right, the State Land Board gets $1, right? Where conservation and other things, the cash benefits aren't as apparent. And so this group is designated to study how to coach the State Land Board or suggest to the State Land Board how to maybe think about these other uses a little different. And so
And those other uses again, conservation and recreation. Yep.
Specifically conservation, recreation, agriculture, and Star actually has a couple great ideas about particularly agriculture as we so. And this is the slide that covers that. So they are required to solicit regional partnerships, initiatives, and counties to identify state trust parcels that hold unique opportunities for regional recreation, conservation, and agricultural opportunities, right? So that's language from the bill. And so they're asking us to identify parcels that we know and love and what opportunities we see on them. And just a couple other things. While it says recreation, conservation, agriculture, there are some undercurrents and some additional language in the bill that identifies renewable energy, transmission infrastructure, other kinds of things as well. So it's not just the recreation, conservation, agriculture. It actually is just kind of broader thinking. And I think this slide kind of covers that. From their presentation that they made to the board in January, or I think, yeah. They kind of said this is an opportunity to flag parcels and areas that deserve deeper consideration. That is their quote. And so, with that said, we wanted to walk through just kind of a look at San Miguel County in particular. Right, so just this is the map of San Miguel County. You can see the mineral estates, right? Those are the dark color. Underlying a bunch of those mineral estates is a surface estate, which are blue, but it's kind of overlapped here. And then you see kind of the pinkish color, which are existing leases for those state land parcels that exist. And again, we just kind of focused in on our county area. So you can see.
I'm sorry. So there are three, so one parcel could conceivably have all three colors on it.
Correct.
Okay.
So this kind of parcel right here is one of those. So you could have an overlapping the mineral rights underneath a state land parcel, and that both of those things could be leased, which would make it orange, so to speak, right?
And each parcel could have multiple leases from timber, agriculture, recreation.
Mineral. And we will give a couple examples. Do you want to speak to this slide?
Sure. So the upcoming slides are going to review San Miguel County parcels. We're going to look at where we have current stewardship trust parcels, which include Wilson Mesa and 3 parcels that include Gunnison sage-grouse habitat. Also look at a parcel that's near Gurley Reservoir. Also suggest parcels that protect water resources, parcels with high carbon sequestration potential and agriculture, and transmission lines.
So I think this kind of leads to the approach that in particular the Star has taken to say, you know, what when we are looking at the state lands, what are the particulars that she's looking at for this effort?
So first we're going to look at the Wilson Mesa parcel. This is 640 acres. It has currently 3 leases. And as I was going through a lot of these parcels, I was noticing that the leases weren't updated with the current leaseholder, or maybe something had expired. I was just noticing that on a lot of these, they had some turnover in the department when I had reached out to someone that I had worked with before, and it sounded like they were bringing another person on. So I was taking some of these leases with a grain of salt, specifically looking at this one with the access. The access lease there, I did not see that currently on the site, which they may be behind on a lot of these. This is in the stewardship trust program. And I went ahead and included in here why, just as a reminder, they decided to put this on the market a few years ago. Basically, they weren't getting enough revenue from the agriculture lease and the potential of real estate value for that could go up to give back to the program.
Can you remind us what the stewardship trust program is, please?
I will. I have the next
And is this
slide.
parcel still for sale?
No,
They took it off the market.
and it is still in the program. Mhm. It's still on their map.
Yeah, and I think this might be a kind of a good example of reminding the state land board of the importance of this as public property potentially, right? Or if we disagree, right, if we're like, oh, it's fine to sell it, right? Those are the kind of things that we wanted to evaluate. We've already got it in the stewardship trust, right? So what other things could we think of? And we'll talk about that with some of these other places as well.
Answer Anne's question first about defining the stewardship trust.
Yeah.
It's in the next slide. Could you change that?
Yeah.
Thank you. So these are our current stewardship trust parcels. The small piece up here identifies these with the acreage and why they were designated. So the next slide that I'm going to show is part of the application process that I did for a potential stewardship trust. So in that application, they ask for what are the conservation qualities for these parcels, and then who's nominating them, how much is the acreage, where is it located, etc. Also, we have here when they were nominated. So San Miguel County actually nominated the Wilson Mesa parcel, looks like in 1998. So these have to have special qualities, benefits, and fall. But let's go to the next one and I'll show the girly. So this parcel here, it has one recreation lease used for agricultural cattle grazing, and it is considered Gunnison sage-grouse critical habitat under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It is also right next to the Gurley Reservoir, which we all know is a very critical water source for Norwood. In that application, I had to put the threats. So when we looked at that map previously of all of them, there are numerous leases that you can click on if you want to go to their website and show what leases have recreation, what has potential for oil and gas development, what has potential for coal leasing, what has potential for renewable energy. This one had oil and gas. So this is something I listed in their application as threats. And how does that overlap with Gunnison sage-grouse habitat?
What's the recreation lease on there?
I believe, so what I noticed on their website were a lot of the recreation leases were the same leaseholder as the cattle grazing. So I'm not sure, they don't state exactly what they do. I read somewhere that they do like horse riding opportunities.
So it's private lease, not with like the county or
No.
the town or.
No, these are with outfitters,
Oh.
or just what I noticed on a few of these were agriculture, recreation, and maybe a right-of-way. And the agriculture and recreation were the same leaseholder.
Interesting.
So we can move on. So I've identified this location that you can see, which is just south of Norwood. I included two small snips of maps here so you could see the actual terrain that in the the bottom right corner of the first one, you can see a small water storage. This is a storage reservoir for the Norwood Water Commission. This also has an agriculture lease, and this is one of those that has recreation and grazing both under the same leaseholder.
And is this a third parcel that we're looking at?
Second.
Is this still the Gurley Reservoir parcel or is this a different?
No, this is the third.
This is the third one.
Yes, we have Wilson Mesa, Gurley, and then this parcel here.
Just for context, this is where the water is diverted from the Gurley Reservoir and then comes to a water tank on this property. That's where one of the storage water tanks for the Norwood Municipal Water System is.
Is that the blue tank?
It's
Something
not the
else?
blue tank that
Okay.
Finn was talking about in our previous meeting. It's another tank. So on the other side of the system. So
Okay.
yeah.
So I think this parcel, water, critical, and agriculture.
Also context, that is the state land board piece where the large scale solar development was potentially going to be proposed. Just
And what does the
Understanding.
community call this parcel? Like, do we have names for
the
this?
state land board
Okay.
parcel is what a
On
lot
Rights Mesa? or
yeah, a
something
lot of
like that?
people refer it to as that.
Unfortunately, they don't label
Yeah, that doesn't
as
have a
having,
proper name, but everyone on Rights Mesa refers to it as the state land board parcel.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think it's the largest, well, the largest one close to Norwood, right? Because there's a bunch of other state board
Yeah.
area down by Miramont. So. And I guess, did you want to ask that question? Commissioner Gleason, do you know? Does this area also include an area that is being considered for easements for Norwood Water?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, this is the parcel that Finn was referring to as their biggest hurdle for establishing that easement, right? This is that parcel. Or I guess not establishing, but solidifying. Yeah, codifying, thanks.
So that brings up a question. If we were successful in this nomination, would that perhaps make it harder to get an easement?
I mean, the easement's already existing.
I think Finn was saying, changing.
Right, and that's a really good question, and I think worth exploring as to whether that would help or hurt the cause. Yeah.
And I think this is really good context that as we complete the survey, we identify this particular parcel. You know, one of the things they're supposed to do is kind of like what the BLM does. They're supposed to have multiple benefit,
Yeah.
right? And so what we would likely want to include in our notes on this parcel and why we are nominating this parcel is it's important to Norwood Water Commission and the easements that already exist.
Yeah.
Right? Its importance to agriculture, you know, and kind of maybe talk about those priorities in how we respond. Because again, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in another slide. You know, us nominating the parcel, there's no commitment to do anything about it, right? It's just making a strong suggestion through this process that they consider these things. So.
I would also include beauty, if beauty is a criteria in this, because of the sort of iconic view up to Lone Cone Mesa, right?
Could, scenic or view should.
Yeah, which you're very correct in that. Yes, a lot of scenic value there.
Scenic value.
when I clicked the link to submitting this, it was literally just a Google form that had a blank box at the bottom. So this seems like the first step. It doesn't seem that this is the same as the stewardship trust parcel application, which was a lot more detailed. So I think this is just the first step of identifying these parcels. and just putting them in the box. And my plan was to put the parcels in the box and then put the, resource protection next to it, because that's all they're asking for.
But you'll list all of those different resources we just talked about.
Mhm.
Because so this is more than just water storage,
Mhm.
right? So
Mhm.
do you think we should maybe, for our own purposes, rename this parcel like the Norwood State Landward parcel or something like that? Yeah. Okay. It's more than just water storage, though, the reason that we want to protect this piece.
Absolutely. I have the notes written down for that parcel. Are we ready to move on?
Sure.
This next slide, I want to identify the transmission lines and the solar irradiance. These maps from State Land Board include clickable options for these two things, where NREL has provided this data for the solar irradiance across the state of Colorado. I just zoomed in here, and then you can see the transmission lines as well. And you can see proximity to the parcels within those. So I included that, just thinking about any type of renewable energy options for parcels.
And when we were going through the solar regulations, there was some conversation about what was an appropriate distance from a transmission line to be considered for a solar array. It's like 10 miles.
10 miles.
So does that suggest that any parcel within 10 miles of these transmission lines, we should identify as something to reserve potentially for a renewable energy site?
Yes, and I believe with consideration of current leases.
Meaning?
The current lease that exists, and if it's compatible, the compatible use.
Current leases are a full position.
Sure, but if it's agriculture, can't you build I guess you would need the permission of the person who owns the current lease, but couldn't you build agrivoltaics or?
Yes.
Potentially,
yes.
Maybe not out here.
And this would just be a big picture of saying within 10 miles of this parcel is within 10 miles of a transmission line.
So you'll do that kind of measuring and site identification or parcel identification?
Yes. And the next one. This was really exciting. And I reached out to Chris Hazen, and he wasn't aware that this had happened with the State Land Board. But the State Land Board is looking for opportunities for carbon sequestration on State Land Board lands. So I immediately thought about agriculture leases and on some of these, as well as a map that I will show next. But they have started this program in the San Luis Valley. I put a quote down here from a CEO of Land and Carbon. The State Land Board's Biological Carbon Program provides the opportunity for carbon project developers to implement innovative revegetation and land restoration projects capable of maximizing soil carbon sequestration while improving soil health and water retention and increasing biodiversity. So this is an exciting program, and it completely aligns with our PEZ program. Therefore, I want to talk to Chris a little bit more about this and talk about the lands with high sequestration possibility, which we'll look at next. I just want to also include those few items. This is a new program, so they also have forests. That's coming soon with grasslands as well. Direct air capture, and there's more research on this. The maps, if you want to go ahead and move to that. I'm not sure if you remember, but Chris did mention that Colorado School of Mines was working on some of these programs. And so they actually helped in this, just like NREL helped with the solar. And they have evaluated these parcels and determined the carbon storage evaluation is on the right here in the legend. So we can see the parcels and their potential carbon storage. So that's going to take a little bit more research for me to look at those and look at some of those high numbers we have that are crossover with some of the agriculture and talk to Chris about maybe some of these parcels.
Is there a limit on the number of parcels that you can nominate?
I didn't see any.
I believe there are like 3 spots per kind of survey entry, but I don't think we're limited to 1 survey entry, right? I would maybe suggest we prioritize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those purposes, but I don't think there's a limit on nominated parcels.
Maybe we try to set self-imposed limit of 3 that we discussed was the Mesa Curly, and we'll call it the Norwood State Landlord Project as 1 priority package, and then the second could be 3 for transmission, and third perhaps 3 for carbon storage, just so that we don't end up with too long a list.
I like that idea of prioritizing. My only thought was, and looking at the solar irradiance map, is there a lot of parcels that are pretty close to the transmission lines, and I don't know how we would determine which would be our 3 priority there. I think Chris and Star could do that for the carbon sequestration, but how would we do that for the solar?
I mean, perhaps it's not, we don't draw a hard line at 3, but come up with a short enough list of parcels that really do make sense to list, if it means 5 or 6.
I think the right goal of mentioning 3 was just marrying the fact that there's 3 blanks per application.
I didn't catch
If we wanna
that.
send 2 applications regarding solar, that's cool too.
Right. No, that.
Star, how would you identify which of these parcels to prioritize?
With are we back on solar?
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before, looking at the current lease compatibility with that.
Okay.
And then the location to the transmission line.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for sake of argument, we know this parcel out in, I think that's Dry Creek. Or Dry Creek Valley, yeah.
Right.
Is relatively close to both a road, relatively close to a kind of a medium-sized transmission line. So that might be a priority, but we also know that there is already a lease on it, and so sure check that as well. And in this case, it has a high solar potential, so it's, you know, going through that, seeing if it fits, and I mean, I do imagine one of the ideas that we have is we don't want to build new infrastructure or have to have significant new roads or other things to access these. So those might be some of the categories that
And those are lots per
are measured.
Great.
Do you want to go to the last slide?
Yeah, let's go to the last slide. We budgeted 15 minutes and we're creeping towards a half.
Yeah. So objections to these recommendations of how we're researching and coming up with the list. Sounds like we have a plan at this point.
I don't hear any objections so far. I think you've gotten some more input.
Do we need to even include the stewardship trust parcels since they're already in a program?
So this this new bill, if we want to look at these as more long-term protection, that's what this is for longer term protection. So really prioritizing these for a longer term protection.
Okay, so that means that, yes, we do need to include those. So do you want to come back to us again with your suggestions? Or are you guys just gonna take it from here?
But we have to submit these by, I think, the 27th.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so our suggestion is if you agree with the approach, we would prepare it and submit it.
Knock it out.
Yeah, very
Right.
much agree with the approach.
Agreed. Excellent.
Mr. Tooley, I see your hand is up. We are ready for another 1 minute recommendation.
There we go. It's gonna take more than a minute. I have a couple of background questions and then a couple of planning type questions. I've got more familiarity with state land trust in Arizona and Utah than I do in Colorado. It's looking like there's a fairly regular distribution. I'm wondering, is that like 1 square mile per township? Platting Township, which is 36 square miles. Just what that distribution is, and is there public access to those lands with or without those leases?
Some of them have public access agreements.
So that would be
Access agreements.
part of the lease arrangement or
Yes.
without the lease arrangement?
That is part of that, that is considered as one of the leases, is a public access agreement.
And do you know that distribution looked fairly regular? Is there a formula for that?
I believe there was a formula, state set aside of a certain amount of acreage per, I can't remember if it was township. And that's why it's such an even distribution across the state, even though there are other counties where it did not take, right? Or it's been removed over time.
And how big are each of those parcels?
Often 640.
640.
Yeah,
That was my
they're-
guess.
They're all
Okay,
different.
planning questions. Have you considered the use of any of these for housing? And this is a little bit more hypothetical, dispersed camping usage, with or without a lease, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Jared.
I was gonna mention one of the kind of subtext items within the bill was how these parcels could particularly be used for teacher housing.
Mhm.
And I think if we had an opportunity, we would identify that and we would prioritize it, but also most of these land board parcels are not located as close to where we have the need for as much teacher housing.
I would be even stronger and say these are not good housing places. Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, the infrastructure that's needed on those sites for that purpose would be
Yeah.
significant. So
And the fact that many of them have high scenic value makes it difficult to envision camping of any permanent nature. All right, Star, I think you and Jared have a few more maps to squint at, but that plan, we approve.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for taking advantage of this opportunity.
All right, we'll move to our item 8A now, which is an executive session to discuss the Uncompahgre Field Office Draft Resource Management Plan Amendment Draft EIS with cooperating agency comments. We are a cooperating agency, and under citation 4C, we'll be discussing matters that are required to be kept confidential by rules and regulations, in this case from the Bureau of Land Management. So we will be going into executive session. We will return at 12:45. I will report out from this at 12:45.
I move that we go into executive session for item 8A.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, motion carries. We are going to push some buttons and go into exec session for the public. We'll be back at 12:45. When are we doing the breakout room? Yes. Thank you. I'll see it. Join. We can do lunch and 12:45 will report on exec session.
Say that.
I said it before we went into exec, but I would report out at 12:45.
Yes. Okay.
So I feel like I'm good unless someone disagrees. Okay, thank you.
solving some things here.
Good.
Ready.
I support solving things. Welcome back, everybody. We are returning to item number 10, manager matters. Mike Rodoni is out of the room. Jared, should we punt this or would you like to start?
I wanted to first, since we're back on record, have you read out for the executive session, please.
I'd like to do that too. We are out of executive session, which we entered under item 8A. And during our discussion of the Uncompahgre Field Office Draft Resource Management Plan amendment / draft EIF, emergency comments with Star Jameson, we only gave Star direction. And we only discussed that agenda item and we did not make any formal decisions. Thank you, Dr. Mack, Jared. On the manager matters, and here is Mike Bordeaux.
Good afternoon, commissioners. See. As you may know, the new EV charger is being installed as we speak in the courthouse. Just went and checked on it. Yeah, it's okay. The cord is gonna be long enough to reach where it should. With subsequent chargers being installed at our other facilities and looking to move some of our EVs so that they're some are in Road Bridge, some are in Sheriff's Office, juvenile services, as well as for the commissioners in General County. Met with Melanie Montoya Wasserman and Tri-County regarding senior meals and made a proposal. I'm awaiting her response on their administrative oversight costs, but there is an interest and there is capacity within their organization to assist. Whereas Human Services had once upon a time been in that role. The previous director before Carol Friedrich has kind of started that program and working with organizing the restaurants and volunteers. It's grown to the point, as well as the ability for it to be under a 501c3 nonprofit for grant and outside funding eligibility. Makes a lot of sense. So I believe we're going to have an agreement that we will bring to the board for your consideration in the not too distant future. Was able to meet with Superintendent Todd Bissell and Stephanie Greavy with, I believe that's how you stand.
I think that's right, right?
Regarding the Norwood Food Pantry, and I don't want to speak get out in front of Mr. Bissell, but it appears that we may be able to hopefully work something out with the Norwood School Board to remain in the current facility. However, we will await their response and will be attending one of their next meetings to discuss how that might look. Sorry to be so vague. I just don't.
Oh, no, it's right.
I want to update you that there's a lot of positive direction in those last two topics. But until we have something in writing signed, I don't want to get overly optimistic yet. As you may know, the county incurred a cybersecurity incident just over a week ago, and then our IT director had requested and been authorized to do a forensic analysis of how our system was infiltrated and the extent of where the malicious actors gained access. We're very thankful that we were able to shut it down. Our CrowdStrike contract alerted Sean immediately, and he was able to take a very quick and preventative action, which prevented any of our systems from being significantly compromised. Sean had isolated the sheriff's office, where the main incident was, in their IT infrastructure completely from the rest of the county, so there could not be tangential negative repercussions. And they are now back fully up online and reconnected. And it's kind of auspicious that we've learned what our vulnerability points are, and we're currently taking actions to ensure that a similar incident cannot occur in the future.
Just sounded like you were a spokesperson for the Pentagon.
I'm training you. Thanks to Paige Starks for her great work, as well as Ramona and Jared on the budget brochure. But Paige was a big heavy lift there and made some comments. Is it published now? We were looking yesterday. It should be published here momentarily and gives a great description of what the county is doing with the funding that we're receiving, as well as how it's impacting all of our residents from a property tax standpoint. I attended, along with Commissioner Brown, the CCI steering committees last Thursday and Friday. And I do have the steering committee schedule in hard copy, but essentially we're looking at several more. I think it was really helpful to have the county participating in those. I apologize, I did not bring a summary of what bills we took positions on, but we took numerous.
There were tons. I mean, there was
Yes.
like one every, as you could imagine, 2 or 3 minutes. And we finish saying what you want to say, and then I can just add one thing from there. If you don't mind while we're in it.
Good thing. I was just gonna say they occur in a cadence, the Thursdays and Fridays, so March 5th and 6th, and then 26th and 27th, and then some dates in April and wrapping up in May. But yeah.
So Mike, thank you so much for filling in there. I didn't realize that I was supposed to be present for 2 full days online. So Mike did a lot of it for me. But there were 2 bills that really stood out to me that I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Should I do that now or should I do it later? You want to keep going with your thing? I can do mine later.
No, you know what? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
One was the 1036, the vacancy tax, which we spoke about last week. And I think you all got the email from Cast saying that had died in, I think it was the Senate Finance. Golly, I can't remember which one. It died. But then 2 different people have said to me, well, bills sometimes get resurrected. So I'm going to follow up and see if people feel who are closer to this, that there's any chance at all. Meanwhile, while it was still alive, I had reached out to the Tarrant Association of Realtors to see if they would be interested in discussing their position on the bill with us. My feeling right now, and I'm really open to learning more, is that it might be a better alternative to the housing mitigation fee, because the housing mitigation fee hits only new construction and only at the time of construction. So it can be a big hit and it also hits local people who are maybe helping the housing problem as opposed to, further impacting it. And just as a reminder, this vacancy tax proposal was for the funds to go exclusively to housing. And also it would require a vote of the local population. So it's not like this is anything that the state is imposing on us. It's just permission for us to propose this to our voters. So anyway, I feel like it's a more just a more fair way, I think, of collecting from those who are impacting our housing stock. But I want to hear what the realtors have to say about it. So I've reached out to Margaret Bose, is that her name, at Cast, to see if she thinks there's any hope of this coming back this session. And so if there is, we can be more prepared with our position. So I will continue to follow up with TAR to see if they are interested in having this conversation. I think they are, just kind of to generally understand how can we fund housing? Like, we don't have a real estate transfer tax, right? We have all sorts of issues with property tax, pushback, all that. So I'm going to just keep nibbling away at this. If not for this legislative session, then for the future. If you guys agree that that's okay to keep working on.
You mentioned a conversation with TAR. Do you anticipate that at the board level, or do you anticipate that privately? Between you and TAR?
Well, prior to 1036 being killed, TAR was interested in having that with all of us in a public meeting. Yeah, and I think I can imagine that would continue. So maybe we can get them on for a work session. Obviously it wouldn't be every single realtor, but it would be representatives that they propose.
Yeah, I think that would be very worthwhile and would help you kind of moving forward, thinking about how this could work within our community.
Yeah, exactly. I think
yeah.
it's important that we hear what the ramifications might be in their minds, but also perhaps they have some alternatives, or suggestions to adjust the legislation or the proposal that would make it more palatable. So anyway, I'm going to just keep chipping away at that, and there you go. The other bill that came up that interested me is, I mean, there were many, but the ones that I felt really could impact us here was 1069, the Emergency Services Bill. And I want to see, I'm going to just tell you guys a little bit about that. Oh, shoot, what did I say it's called? 10, where'd it go? 1069. 1069. Okay. This is a bill, I don't know what the actual name is. I have it called here, the Emergency Services Bill. It's one of two related to emergency services that will come up this session. This particular one is supported by the state fire chiefs and the EMS associations, the state Medicaid department. Oh, and CCI voted to support it as well. This expands access to services, healthcare services, by allowing EMS to provide additional services on the scene, as well as telemed evaluations and transportation to medical centers. And it requires Medicaid to pay for those services, particularly, I think, transportation and telemedicine. So basically, as we know, or I know, Norwood Fire Department provides a lot of sort of check-ins and, kind of on the scene medical care to people that is not emergency, but they don't get paid for that. And this would sort of make that reimbursable by Medicaid, and therefore I would imagine by other health insurance bills as well. So I think this could be really helpful to the Norwood Fire Department and Fire Protection District. And so I just want to see how you all feel about it, and I might consider testifying when it comes up to committee. Or Galena, you might, since it's your fire district, that will be most helpful. Are you?
Yes, I actually brought this up to us after that Southwest Commissioner Roundtable because it was brought up in that meeting, and I think I'm very much in support of this.
Okay.
I think that it could really help fill some funding gaps for the Norwood Fire Protection District, and just offer better services. I mean, they're performing those services gratis right now, basically. And I don't know how long they can continue to sustain the way they have. And under Chief Bachroth's tutelage, he's been really he's gone above and beyond, absolutely, to provide these services to the community without payment.
Yeah.
So it really would, in my eyes and everything I know about this bill, help solve that issue. There's a bigger question of where that Medicaid funding will, there's such a pinch already. And so that is one of my kind of concerns with this bill is, how will that funding get covered given the cuts to Medicaid?
Yeah. I have a question. I don't know who here could answer it, but when the state requires something to be covered by Medicaid, is that requiring the federal government's Medicaid program to cover it? Or does that mean just that the state has to cover all that? Because normally I think there's a ratio of how much the state and the feds pay. And I know that ratio is always currently subject to negotiation, or not negotiation, but change. So when the state says Medicaid must cover it when a fire or EMS service, does a telehealth call, is that all coming out of the state budget, or is it split with the feds? Does anybody know? Because that would be a big deal if it had to come from the state. And as we mentioned, the state is already paying 42% of our full budget is for Medicaid.
Right. And with the current direction from the feds, that number that the feds cover and the state state is covering is being shifted to the states and
Yes.
reduced at the federal level. And so even if it were covered by the feds and I don't have the answer, this is going to get passed on more so to the state under the current direction from the federal government. So given the deficit,
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be quite a bit of resistance to this bill
Mhm.
based on who's going to pay for it.
Mhm.
But in theory, I think it's a really great idea.
Discussion continues in future committee meetings.
Yeah.
Those, some of those
Questions.
backstop funding questions.
Mhm.
And if the answers are what we hope to hear and someone's got a wise way to do this, then I think our support would be more solid than if it's, no, we just want to shoot first and ask questions later.
Okay. Thanks. That was all I wanted to report in from CCI.
And we'll go back to Mike.
Thank you. Just a couple others. I know, Jared and Commissioner Brown were talking about, property taxes yesterday. And the board has heard some concerns now that tax bills have been mailed out. Particular with our age restricted market that saw, kind of that lag of value increases as a lot of folks may have transitioned from free market homes into deed restricted homes in the county. We saw prices go up enormously in correlative values. So I think that there's some, Jared and I were talking about ways that we could potentially mitigate that in the future. Whether, and I won't go into those now.
Mitigate, what was that?
The increase in taxes. So we've heard, I know you've received some emails and calls. We have as well about concerns of my deed restricted home and its taxes are going up so dramatically and substantially. It's because of their increase in value. It's not an increase in taxes. In fact, in some cases, taxes are rates are being reduced. However, the increases in values because they're acting somewhat like our free market homes, where we're seeing numerous deed restricted homes over $1 million and selling for sometimes multiple millions of dollars.
I haven't heard from deed restricted owners. Have you guys?
You're
I've heard
about-
from free market owners.
An
Really?
email came in.
Okay,
An email came in this morning.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
but I suspect that's only the first of many.
okay.
So I'd like to put that on your radar as a future discussion topic and see if we can brainstorm some ways or things that we might be able to offer folks to reduce their impact. Lastly, tomorrow and Friday, Commissioner Brown and I and Grace will be in the community intervention program specialist interviews. Very excited.
Behavioral health projects lead.
Okay,
It's not for the SIP program. It's for the new person in the public health department.
correct. Yeah, I had the thought right.
Yes, you did.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
So very excited from very talented candidate pool that has expressed interest in that role. Sadly, the Egnar potluck is canceled for the 15th due to unforeseen circumstances. We get that email this morning. The county is closed on Monday for President's Day. And there's a planning commission meeting tomorrow, but not a major one or not necessarily applicable for other big planning matters. So that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Mike. Jared, anything to add on?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Well, in that case, we are moving to commissioner reports and updates, and Commissioner Brown, you started with CCI. Do you want to continue?
Sure. On Monday, I attended the San Miguel County Community Wildlife Preparation Plan presentation to stakeholders. It was actually more about reviewing sort of the structure of the document and how people might comment on it, like the appropriate methodology for that. So I didn't dig into the whole document, But I will say that one of the big recommendations they made, this is just kind of a spoiler alert, is that individual property owners need to be responsible for our own mitigation. That is one of the big protective factors that we need to rely on. The rest of it will be presented at two community presentations coming up. The first one is March 1st at the Livery in Norwood at 4 p.m. And the second one is March 2nd at the Sheridan Opera House in Telluride at 5:30 p.m. So I think with the heightened concern about wildfire, it would behoove anybody who is available to attend one of those meetings. So that's that. I talked about that. Let's see. I don't know if you all heard, but there has been that threat from the federal government of freezing some social services funding for 5 Democratic states for CCAP, TANF, and SSB. And a full preliminary injunction, preliminary injunction was put in place on Friday. So we had temporary injunctions in the past, and now there's a real injunction in place. And so that means that those funds will continue to flow as the case plays out. So there's just a little bit more protection for now. I heard, and maybe I think Mike might know more about this than I do, but I heard on Friday from Marsha Porter Norton in La Plata County, who has been organizing those 7 a.m. Thursday meetings about the reorganization of human services, that the hub plan has now been put on hold, that the human services directors, supported by CCI and maybe their own association, somebody else, had made an alternate proposal, and the state is actually looking at it. So that's another kind of good news, at least for now. And I will have that meeting tomorrow morning and learn more. But that was good. I attended a CCAP meeting last Wednesday night, and I wrote these notes a long time ago, like a week ago. And I just want to remember what I wanted to mention to you about this. One thing, this might be important to our housing department, Jared, is that one of the Prop 123 proposed adjustments is a change in the calculation of the baseline eligibility to determine like how much housing we have to build in certain periods of time. And they've changed that calculation, and they are looking for feedback on that. My feedback is positive because our baseline requirement dropped from 28 to 17 units. Is this something you're familiar with?
Very familiar.
And am I interpreting it correctly?
It does drop our baseline value. I have asked them questions about exactly how the math works, and been working with them on that. But yes, it's a positive outcome for us, and it's something we would like to have.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so who have you been working with on that?
I've been working with Drea. I sat in a cast meeting.
Okay, great.
About that as well. And we've continued to just kind of ask questions of the DOLA staff who've kind of proffered those amendments. So.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for being engaged on that. I will put that on my back burner since I know you're on it. I'm always interested in what the insurance commissioner has to say, and he spoke to us last Wednesday. He's a really smart guy. I know you've spoken with him, Lance. He was talking about homeowners insurance. Homeowners insurance and health insurance obviously are his two main focuses. And he is proposing a bill in this legislation that would focus on roof fortification for sort of hail, as well as improving our reinsurance program. The thing about hail, and I brought this up, is that it's the largest component of the cost of our health and of our homeowners insurance. But we don't, there are many areas of the state that don't have hail, and yet the insurance companies spread it all across the state. So I made the point, like, in health insurance, they don't spread the cost across the state. We're hit with really high health insurance bills out here on the Western Slope. So why is it that with homeowners insurance, the providers are allowed to spread it out across the state? And his response was that if they require them to only charge the people who are really experiencing the hail, that the insurance providers would leave the state. So evidently, this is not a solvable problem.
Not even by looking at like meteorological
Yeah,
evidence of where hail happens.
I think it's. Mhm.
Cost is so high that people in the hail zone would not be able to afford the coverage, and if we help them, basically, then it is possible to build a big enough umbrella.
That's right. But he feels that if we all invest in this hail fortification, this roof fortification program, that will bring down the costs for all of us. So he feels like that's an appropriate way to go. He also mentioned that because of the fact that Western Slope, Colorado has higher health insurance bills, that we get greater subsidies on the individual market from the state. It's a very few percentage of people buy through the individual market, but nevertheless, he's paying attention in that regard, he said. That's how I feel, Galena.
Those were some wise answers.
He definitely, worked it. He definitely worked it. We talked regarding health insurance about funding needed to keep premiums on the individual market at a reasonable level, and said that in order to keep things the way they are right now, they need another $140 million in 2027, and there's no sense of where that is going to come from. So anyway, that's CCAT. So the cadence of these meetings is the same as CCI. Wednesdays, once a month, we meet for 4 hours, 4 to 8 p.m. And then the Thursday, Friday, we meet with CCI and review all these bills and positions and that kind of thing. So I will have monthly updates there. Last week, sometime on the 5th, maybe that was this week, I attended an initial meeting organized by the Tyrod Foundation to discuss how we can address regional economic resiliency. Galena, it was Thursday, that's right. And my vision of this was going to be kind of a convening of all the major players in the region who have kind of an ability to influence our economies, if you will. And that was absolutely of interest to this group, which included me, a council member from each of the towns, a number of foundation board members and staff. The initial focus, however, is going to be on gathering together East End business owners in order to discuss kind of what their thoughts are coming out of the mountain closure and the low snow. So that is kind of the first step. The other first step is going to be to request this quick and dirty economic benefits analysis by DOLA to kind of get a sense of where we are, where the vulnerabilities are, and so forth in the region. And the foundation will lead that request, and they will be coming to us to ask for an endorsement of that request. So a sign on to the letter. I think that's really all I have to say.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Lisa.
On the 5th, I had 2 early child care meetings in Norwood. The first, Mike Bordonia and I visited with Melissa Merrill from Primetime to get an update because we are overdue for an update with where Primetime is at. And we got some positive news that enrollment at that center has increased since our last check-in. So they've been able to sustain the infant room remains open 1 day a week, and they're trying to figure out how to open it a second day out of the week. They have not been able to produce any of the financial planning requirements that was set forth by the county and Bright Futures after that emergency funding was allocated in the fourth quarter of 2025. So we scheduled a follow-up with Melissa to come and visit with the BOCC on March 4th, which is in Norwood, to provide a solid budgetary plan based on those asks that we brought forward. After that meeting, I met with Norwood Superintendent Todd Bissell, Kathleen Merritt from Strong Start, and Kathy Barber from Bright Futures. And we convened a meeting with the Norwood District preschool teacher to discuss the potentials of full-day programming and what additional funds and logistics that would entail. In short, Norwood District is absolutely open to implementing this, but it's really just a funding gap that needs to be solved. It's, that it would necessitate an additional classroom, which would be approximately $100,000 a school year. So there's
$100,000 a school year.
Yeah, with the wages and benefits, because there would be a teacher and a para.
Okay.
For each. No, this is just what it would cost to run another classroom for personnel, staff. So, that was all laid out and heard by Strong Start, and just Strong Start is going to go to the drawing board and kind of work some numbers and figure out if shifting some of those students over could and if those enrollment numbers and UPK funding could actually help cover that. So it's getting kind of scratched out on paper right now. There is space currently in their facility to accommodate a second classroom, and they're open to potentially doing this for the next school year. So it was a big step taken forward to at least conceptualize this concept.
And would that allow Primetime and the Norwood School District preschools to kind of merge or better complement each other?
Better complement each other, because as we identified earlier, and
Remind me.
there's currently the district preschool operates two half-day classes. Okay, so it's challenging for families for a number of reasons. One is if they're needing childcare all day long and their kid is only enrolled in the district preschool half a day, then Primetime offers a preschool classroom, but they have to pay for that. So in some instances, they're double paying. And
Sorry, does the Norwood School District charge for its preschool?
They do not currently, but they could, and they have in the past.
Okay.
Yeah. And because of UPK funding, they are receiving funding for each of those students.
Okay.
And there's just a different educational experience, and for various reasons, some parents just only enroll their kids in the district preschool. And I think that what we identified with some of the challenges that Primetime is facing, why they came to the county for emergency funding, potentially streamlining their operations could help make with efficiencies. So this could be a solution to kind of like support Primetime and hone in on infant and toddler care and have the Norwood District cover preschool. A lot to be still solved here, and especially with the new school construction and space and so on and so forth. But this meeting has been a long time coming, and I think a lot came to the surface as to what issues need to be solved to actually tackle this. And that was heard by Bright Futures and Strong Start to hopefully offer support and resources to figure this out.
Cool.
Yeah. And a sidebar update based on a looming question that came forward in our last meeting, as far as what if the families that are on the CCAP wait list, if they are able to access Strong Start funding? And the answer is yes. So currently, there are actually 2 families on the wait list. One is a CCAP wait list. One is a school age kid, and the other is a child that Strong Start is currently supporting. School age kid, and that they can receive UPK funding. And the Bright Futures tuition assistance application provides information that allows Bright Futures to identify families who may be eligible for CCAP. So that's kind of how they streamline everyone. And if a family qualifies for CCAP, then Bright Futures helps them navigate that application process. And if they're approved for CCAP, families go that route. And if they are not eligible for CCAP, they are put on the CCAP wait list, and Strong Start calculates an award and begins supporting them while they're on the CCAP wait list. They're receiving funding to supplement
Okay.
early childhood care.
So
So
the
they're not
people-
being left behind, basically.
Awesome. So the people who are on that website, sorry, on that report, on that wait list, which said 6 or something, and then at the last report we looked at, they actually are being taken care of by Strong Start.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, and as soon as a slot opens up on the wait list,
they
then
can
because then I asked that question, well, what does happen? That then they're put back in the CCAP pipeline.
Awesome.
Right? Yeah, so I think that we all missed that when we kind of made that wait list decision. I kind of missed that detail that, like, no, they're not going to be left behind if they're on a wait list. They will be put in, be taken care of through Bright Futures and that funding.
Strong Start
source.
funding.
The Strong Start funding. Thank you. But
Awesome.
Bright Futures helps navigate all of that. So, yeah, great news. Once again, very grateful for that early childhood mill levy that makes this all possible. Quickly, I had a meeting with Annika Christensen from CSU Extension last Friday, just following up on incorporating AgriAbility programming into West End schools. Just to remind you, AgriAbility is a CSU program which provides access to behavioral health and well-being services and rehabilitation resources specifically to the agricultural community. And what I learned in a recent conference I was at is that they're needing help kind of getting these resources out to youth. And so Annika is going to take steps to connecting with counselors in the West End schools, both Nucla and Norwood schools, to help facilitate incorporating this programming in those schools. I attended an Uncompahgre Tablawash Scenic Byway special meeting to strategize improving the signage along the entirety of the byway, including incorporating QR codes where travelers can access a deeper trove of information, history, maps, and that task force, it identified that there needs to be signage placed down near Placerville, where the byway starts down there, as kind of like a entry point to that side of the byway. So I think that could be a great thing for just information for travelers and hopefully luring people to explore the whole byway. Coming up, I'm gonna hop on, if weather allows, an eco flight designed to give land managers, local leaders, avalanche professionals, and community stakeholders an aerial view of the winter recreation patterns, access routes, and sensitive landscapes across the Norwood and Ouray Ranger District. And this is being organized by Winter Wildlands Alliance. And the participant list is looking to include Ouray County reps, including a commissioner, representatives from Senator Bennett's office, Colorado Avalanche Information Center personnel, Sheep Mountain Alliance, and Telluride Mountain Club personnel. So should be beautiful and learn some things and just kind of collectively gather that information and get that bird's eye view on for winter travel plans. And then I think that both Commissioner Waring and Brown received an invite from Commissioner Neese from Ouray County for a meeting that has been solidified for Ouray, Montrose, and San Miguel County roundtable meeting for March 17th, 12:30 to 3 o'clock at the Ouray County Fairgrounds. And I asked that Mike Bordonia also be added to that invite. So yeah, finally nailed down a date for that.
That's great. And I think we also received an email asking if we had any agenda items for that. And I had asked you about whether David Averill should come as SMART's director to talk about regional transportation. So if you have, anyway, that. did
Yeah,
you
I
ask
already
about
passed that. Yeah, I passed on
Awesome.
all of the points, the agenda points that were brought up previously. And if there's any more, you can just send them to Commissioner Neese and he'll add them to the agenda.
So do you think I should let David know, or maybe I should just reach
I-
out?
Yeah, I haven't gotten a follow-up answer on that because I asked both
Okay.
Montrose and Ouray County what they thought about that concept. So I'll follow up again if I don't
Okay.
get a response soon.
Great, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. That's all I've got today. Yeah.
We've got a smart board meeting tomorrow afternoon, Commissioner Brown.
That one was canceled.
Oh, that's right.
I know.
Hoorah. I have a couple other meetings canceled, so the last 4 business days since you last met, I have been having some side conversations about potentially testing the OWTS variance program that Kevin Jamie mentioned to us last meeting or so, 2 meetings ago. Up in the high country, but that's gonna be a slow burn, and if and when it's ready, Kevin will be along to present us with the request for that variance. But I've been learning a lot about the details of that, which has been interesting, but could be useful. Beyond that, I'm so delighted you reminded me of that smart meeting.
I know. I texted David on Monday, said, do I remember this correctly? Because we had that full day
Yes.
retreat just last week.
Yes,
Yeah.
great. On to item number 12, attorney matters. Mona Fahey is with us, which is more important.
Right, I forget sometimes too. Tori is on, I don't have anything other than the agendized
Okay.
executive session.
Then the question becomes, if we go to item 12A, which I'd like to, do we go directly into an exec session to confer with our attorney regarding mining regulations and coordination with other regulatory agencies? My inclination is yes, we do go directly into exec.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Okay.
everything we have to discuss is.
I move to go into executive session.
Second.
We'll add that this is under section 4B. CRS 24-6-402 to confer with an attorney. And I vote yes, and when we come out of executive session, I will report out, but at that point, we will then adjourn, so there's not gonna be a whole lot more information for those of you that are listening in from the public.
I
With
vote
that-
yes too.
I'm sorry,
I think I vote yes too.
you vote yes?
Yep.
Aye.
That's all of us, going into the exec session, thank you all.
And can we make sure Tori Jarvis gets in that executive session? And we will not record this as conference with an attorney.
So we'll take it here from. just out of executive session, and during that session, we discussed mining regulations and coordination with other regulatory agencies. We instructed staff to contact DRMS to discuss agency coordination and potentially through via an MOU, and there's more questions to be answered. So we stayed on topic and we did not discuss anything other than the matter at hand. With that, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Motion carries unanimously. I'm with you. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Lance. Thanks, Tori.